What up? I see y'all out there. What's up out there in Shark Tank? What up? Y'all don't forget to hit that like button. Don't forget to hit that like button. Y'all know what time it is. It's Talk Shit Tuesday. Appreciate everybody for showing up. And we're going to get ready to show out. I just wanted to drop in and let y'all know I see you. know what time it is. What up, what up, what up, what up? What's up? What up, everybody? What the hell is up? You know what time it is. Talk Shit Tuesday. Appreciate everybody for showing up. Appreciate everybody for showing up. Look here, big shout out to everybody out there in the Shark Tank. I ain't got my stuff in front of me. Been running around today just showing my ass. Got so much shit going on today. I ain't even called Mo yet. But, as y'all know, we try to make it. We make it. We make it. Hold on, let me get this right here, so I look a little bit centered here. Yeah, I look a little bit better there. Yes, sir. Look, man, I want to thank everybody for showing up again. My people out there on the back street. I want to give a big shout out to my people over in Romania, the Balkans, South Africa, the UK. I'm getting a lot of shout outs from all my people all over the damn world. So I figure I might as well just get out there and let them know I see ya. Keep representing the American Pit Bull Terrier family because you know what it is. Best thing on four legs. You know what I'm saying? But today, I want to get back to talking about the dogs again. We've been trying to, get it a little bit inside the dog man's head, get an idea of from way back in history, and then we take that ride all the way back up and then see the dog man really never changed. Times might have changed, the names might have changed, but the same attitude, the same vigor that it took to make these dogs, have something to talk about, history, had a lot to do with the men involved. And if you take what we've been trying to show you, you can't, regardless of what times it might be, you can't make excuses for the change, because the changes was part of the game. Changes has been always a part of our history. So the moving forward part is why we talk about the past, because in order to know where you're going, you got to really understand where it came from. So you guys understanding a lot of what we showed you is nothing really new. Some of the same things you talk about today was talked about damn near, I think the earliest we was way back is 1953. Same conversations back then, same conversation in the 60s, same conversations in the 70s and 80s and the 90s and the 2000s. So the conversation's never going to change. But the success of the dog itself is always going to be on the dog man. That's why we always, we push to see what that change is going to look like. Will that change affect the output, of the creation of what made these dogs who and what they were? Can we change, the public's outlook based on something that the dog man does? See, all that falls on the shoulders of the new dog man. We don't put down the dog man. We don't do that. What we do is we pay close attention to what the dogs are doing. Because the dog man created the dogs. The dogs are what made the dog man. You know what I'm saying? Can't get away from that as you move into your future. And again, we're not telling you what to do and how to do it. We just tell you the history and try to give you a peek into your future where you understand the direction and how to get there, what it takes to get there. See, I hope that all you guys have learned along the way that everybody that was in the fraternity, it wasn't a lot of them. If you really think about, the fraternity. Just think in the beginning, like we talked about way back in the story in 1953 when they was talking about how small the community was. Way back then. Well, things really didn't change in the 60s and the 70s. the 80s, in the 90s, you had new faces. You know, new, a lot more people who are actually being put in the situations where now they get a chance to show their ability and their creations when it came down to these bulldogs. But the community didn't get worldwide. Remember, the journal only had 5,000 subscribers. 5,000 is not a lot when you talk about, they was talking about over 440,000 dogmen in the country, that they could, on their little agricultural list, 440,000 dogmen. But only 5,000 was subscribers to the journal. That's a lot of people missing out of that story. So understanding that and seeing that pathway, is where you got to work your hand at. That's why we're going to go back to the dogs, because along that long trail, as you noticed, there was a group of dogs that stood out, but then there were so many great dogs that were great, but you don't hear nothing about them no more. Like the whole bloodline, the whole production of that great dog just disappeared. And as history is going to show you, there was a reason why. There was a reason why the ones who were able to withstand the test of time, what was it about them that made them so different than the ones who were just as good but disappeared? And you're going to see a whole lot of it had to do with the dogman. Really. Because there were so many back in that time, gentlemen, that wasn't sharing what they had with everybody in the fraternity. Great dogs, and you'll see a lot of those breedings they did in-house. So you don't see a whole lot of that bloodline scattered all over the place, because they kept a lot of it in-house. And a lot of it did produce good dogs. But what happens when you get a good dog and you're doing it in-house? There's only certain people that's going to get those dogs. And are they going to try to create what made that dog great, or are they going to just live off the success of the dog who carries that title, because they want to get a piece of the pie? They want to say, I got some of that, and then all of a sudden they become dogmen, and now they're trying to sell dogs. Well, that only worked for so long, as you will see, because when it came down to the reality part of it, the dog still made the dogman. And when the dog wasn't there to, stand up like the accolades of the dog that got the hype started, people were so quick to run away from it. And before you know it, it was gone. But you go back and say, now how could it just disappear like that? Well, you got to go back to where it all started at. Because a man who generally had that great dog, what little bit he let get out, it didn't get out in the right people's hands. And it was because of that, which caused the disappearance of certain bloodlines. And you're going to see there's a whole lot of that. Taking a great one just off the top of my head, because I looked around a little bit. One of the great ones that I'm talking about is that Grand Champion Shep dog. Great dog. Great breeding. But I see a lot of the breeding they wasn't sharing. Because to me, Shep was just as great as Buck. Now, because Buck was the great producer, well, got to remember who had Buck compared to who had Shep. Sonny had Shep. And Sonny had a lot of champions too, though. But you don't see a lot of Sonny's champions we don't talk about a lot of them because Sonny wasn't what we considered a breeder. He was a hunter. So a lot of those people who was in his circle, they was nothing like Sonny. And so the ones that he let get out, they didn't do the right thing because, you get it and all of a sudden you're out there trying to sell it and doing the wrong thing with it. And Sonny don't want none of that shit because you're not doing what Sonny said how to do it. Now, if you look at South Chef Bread, you understand why Sonny got an attitude and closed his doors on everything. Because you have more people out there promoting Shep and doing things their way than the creator Sonny was trying to get them to do to help make the dog a great dog. We had a lot of that that went down in history, gentlemen. A lot of that. And as you move throughout this game, because you can always go back and see everything that we're saying, you can go back and see for yourself. There's books out there. Let me see. There's books out there that have all this kind of stuff in it. You know what I mean? And these things right here, they're not hard to find. I mean, except for good conversation, because there's so many other new guys out here, and I don't know how far y'all go back to try to understand some of the things that y'all see in a lot of these shows and how you pick it up. And you hear so many people and talking pedigrees and everything, but, where's the storyline at? See, everything that we can talk about as far as the great ones, they all had a storyline. I mean, Floyd, Tudor. I mean, look how far back that was, fellas. Why do you think their names keep coming up? Because they are the creators. They are the main foundation behind the dogs. But as we keep moving up, there's other names that pops up in there. The Ozzie Stevens. You know what I'm saying? The who else? The Pat Patricks, the Crenshaws, the Sorrells. Keep coming on moving up, get some more name changing. You keep on moving up, you keep on getting more name changing. So the name changing don't really stop. It's just when you say these names, there's a story behind them. You have to be able to create the story. That's why I'm so on to when I hear you guys talk about what that change is supposed to look like. I picture that change being a dog just, pulling unbelievable weight or climbing a wall higher than any dog in the history of wall climbing. But we know when you open the doors up to trying to do some shit like that, a pit bull against a Malamar, it's almost unheard of. Body built, everything just throws that off. So your competition levels when you're trying to put that American Pit Bull up against other breeds is what's going to hurt you because of the purpose, first of all. When you start trying to change the purpose of what the American Pit Bull Terrier was actually bred for, and you introduce him into another new world of something else, that means he's open to being competitive against other breeds. That's hard to do. That is very, very hard to do. I remember how happy I was when I think his name was Tank. First, what I consider the first pit bull, American Pit Bull Terrier, to win the Westchester Award. Dog, best dog breed. I just thought things were changing. And things did change because you're starting to see them be more acceptable and see them in more shows and being accepted. So that's why, feel like it's time to go back and start talking about the dog, because again, when you start talking about the dog, again, you got to look at the dog, the traits, the attitude, their ability, everything. And then you have to be the dog man who has the know-how to make and utilize all those traits, that whole big gene pool, and make it work to be something that people can talk about. That's a very hard thing to do. Very hard thing to do. So I always look back and say, okay, we're selling puppies. Okay. We're still grabbing pedigrees. Okay. But where does it go from there? And then you look at the dogs. You know, you grab a pedigree, you look at the pedigree, and then you look at the dog. I haven't had the ability to actually look at a dog and tell you that that dog is going to be about that life. No, I mean, we still don't have that ability, gentlemen. You have to excuse me. You notice I had a very bad abscess. It's killing me. But I'm still making it. Still a little bit swollen over there. But that antibiotics got my mouth dry as hell. But yeah, I'm just a true believer in. Let me, let's take a walk back down history as we work our way up. And let's take a look at the dogs that actually disappeared. The ones that wound up with the no-show. Find out what actually happened. And you're going to see a lot of that no-show almost fits into the now. You know what I'm saying? It fits almost perfectly into the now. Because at least what they had in their favor back here, they did have a great dog. I mean, you're going to notice the dogs we're fixing to talk about, they're great dogs. You can't, and a lot of them grand champions and champions. And what happened? There are stories about old dog men that had great dogs on the yard, and the day they died, they dug a hole and put everything, because they just didn't want nobody to have it. There's a whole breed of dogs, line of great dogs just gone. What make a dog man think like that? Tell you what it is. The love of his dogs, and didn't want to lose an ounce of history based on what other people do to ruin it. Human beings do it all the time. They'll die and leave a will, and the kids don't get shit, don't nobody get shit. They'll give it to charity or give it away before they give it to somebody else that they know gonna mess it up. That's just the fact of life. That's just the way of life. Things like that happen. And it does happen in this dog game. And as crazy as it seems, it was a lot of that going on in our history. A lot of it. And as we work our way into the future, there's going to be more. You know what I'm saying? Because nobody's willing to, I guess, like in our time, share our success. Which, you notice, a lot of us did, though. Because even in our case, if you notice, most of us that ran in them big circles, like with Stone City, Southern Kennels, Hardcore, Eminem, Mau Mau, even Fat Bill with Rasta Man, and, you know, and Fergie, all them guys, they worked hand in hand and did a lot of things together. I mean, and that's just to name a few. That's just to name a few. Those relationships meant a lot to the success of those kennels. Trust me. But moving forward, do you have those same relationships? Because we can go back here and show you how relationships work. How do you know it worked? Because there's things in those relationships that we can talk about. I mean, they're right there. You can, I mean, you know how history works. It's there. You know, you can pick it up, you can see it, you might not like it, you might talk all this shit and say this and say that, but the fact is, it's there to be talked about. And to me, that's a plus. At least there is something there to talk about. But what about that something that was there that there's no need to talk about it because there's nothing there but that one thing. There's nothing after that. So all you can say, yeah, that was a great dog. But what happened? Somebody got stingy. Somebody didn't want nobody to have nothing. And it definitely, hold on, fellas, let me see. 3. Back by 5, he did. Yeah. Sometimes I get these, it's not a crazy, still doing some work. Got this crazy message. 5 o'clock, I'm done. But, you know, understanding that conversation, you know. Now, you know, Mo always sitting down talking about, you know, he talks the dog part of the game. I talk the business side of it. And me, I never really looked at the business side as if it was nothing but business. You know, it really didn't have anything to do with, you know, we're going to make some money together as far as you do this and I'm going to do that and together we're going to do something else. Because remember, we weren't actually breeders. So there's no way I'm going to be negotiating a breeding process, you know, without, you know, Mauve and our KP saying, hey, you know, you need to get that person on the phone. Because most of the time, it was me who was like, hit that number, yo, and make that call. But then that's as much as I did. I put in the work to go find that number. Everything that happened after that between Mo and the KP, because they had a better relationship to be able to talk upon what they was looking for and what they wanted. But being able to get that contact number and get that ability to talk, to have a conversation, to get a conversation started. That was my knack. Being able to get the conversation started, get them to the point to where they don't mind having that conversation. And I was always straight up front. I'm the other twin. And I don't talk dog. I deal strictly with the business side. My business is to get you on the phone, holler at you and see if you'd be willing to at least have the conversation. Be willing to do that, tell me what your schedule is like, and we can make that happen. Appreciate you taking my call. Look forward to getting this call on this time and date. And again, thank you for taking my call. And move on. What happened after that? Next thing I'll be hearing, hey Mike, look here, get us some hotel rooms, man. We going out that way. All right, bro. Got you. Now, to y'all, that might sound crazy because, again, that's how serious we took this bulldog shit. We we didn't run around just acting like it was something to do. We actually dealt with it as it was. It was a business. And everybody had to play their role. Now, the business consisted of a whole lot of different faces. But one damn thing, the product was always going to be about the dogs. The dogs were our product. And actually, the dogs were pretty much everybody's product at that point in time, because if your product was good and worthy of anything, we want some of that. And then see, I guess that's what makes success what it is, when you see something and you like it and you want to have something like that incorporated in whatever you're doing. The downfall of that is, if you can't do what that other person's doing, then that shines a bad light, not just on yourself, but the other person. Now, the other person can always defend themselves by, well, I'm doing it this way, they doing it that way, and they just not doing it the way I'm doing it. That's why you have the Boyle's breed and the Boyle's brand. Both Ronnie did his shit totally different as the breeder compared to what other people did with his dogs based on the brand. That there was a great example. Even still, you got great dogs. History will show you there were great dogs. But Ronnie Boyles, the breeder, to me, created better dogs. That was, go back in history will show you. The brand did great. But the brand did never outshine the breed. The man, Ronnie Boyles, never outshined him. And those are just small examples of why I said we done talked about the dog, man. Now we need to get back to the dogs, because right now we're dealing with a whole lot of breedings, a whole lot of, questions like, twin, well, how can you tell when you got a good bulldog? Those are conversations I don't be liking to have, simply because I couldn't tell you that. I'm from a whole new time period. It is clear. And we've always made it clear. What we did in the past can in no shape, form, or way be associated with anything that you can possibly try to do here in the future. So what I considered a good quality bulldog was different than what I would think that you would look what a good quality bulldog would be. I'll be expecting you to tell me what a good quality bulldog look like in today's world. I know what it looked like in my world. Back in our world, we didn't have to guess. We could go see. Seeing was believing. Test it out. You work all right, and you test it against the rest of the world. To me, that was the quality of the bulldog, based on why and what we considered what was, and why we felt the way we felt about what we say. Because we've seen it. We have enough there and say this is why we feel that was a quality bulldog. I still have yet to see a person be able to look at a dog and know, at least an American Pit Bull Terrier, because to me they all look good. Bone structures might be a little different than others. Some of them you just got all out just specimens. I mean, what you looking? You know? For me, that's like seeing a fine ass chick, fine as hell, get in the bedroom, can't do shit. Be mad as hell. You know what I mean? With all them looks, and can I work with it? I ain't got time to be trying to work with it. They don't get it. You know? Y'all know what I'm talking about. Y'all know how that shit looks, what it feel like. How would it look? Performance is terrible. I can't deal with you. Cause I ain't gonna be right by you. So there's no need for me to carry on. Pretty face, but ain't nothing else there. So hey, that's just a part of motherfucking life. That story go all the way around, even when it come down to these bulldogs. Look good, everything. Got everything right. Performance sucks. It ain't there. Now I gotta. What do? I gotta move on. Didn't work out. Call a couple people on the phone and just be straight up with them. You come get it. Good bred dog. But it ain't good for what I needed to do. Don't you go do it. You just do everything you want but that. You know. And we used to be dead serious about that because don't ever think we just gonna give you a good dog. If we tell you to come get the dog, why would we give up a good dog? When we say dogs don't make the team, we don't be trying to get the dog out there and build up like they all world and everything. And knowing what we do, then why would we be wanting to give that type of dog up? No. Didn't fit the conversation. And we just didn't do business like that. You know, try to keep it straight up. Now, we've had some that left the yard and did good in other people's hands. But the ones that we did get out there in other people's hands, they knew they were getting good dogs because if you just stop and think about it, think about the people that we have talked about that got our dogs and the things that they did with it. And think about why they got those dogs. You put the right dogs in the right people's hands and they do the right thing by them, they're gonna create and they're gonna have good dogs because they were given those dogs under them pretenses. They knew, we ain't giving up these dogs. These is good dogs. I mean, this is what they say, good dogs, and they getting out of these dogs, and these are gonna be some good dogs. We're gonna put them to the test, and they did, and they made the teams, and they went on to do the things that they done. That's a whole lot different than taking bullshit trying to do that same thing with. Because then, that leaves a bad taste in people's mouth. I know it sounds crazy, but again, that's that thing, that truthfulness, the integrity, the honor, that plays a whole lot when you're doing business. And I always keep referring back to that because it should be something that should be done by nature. You get used to doing it, and you get used to expecting it. You know what it sound like, you know what it look like, and anything short of that, it ain't worth dealing with. And maybe, I don't know how some people take that, but if you lived your life like that it was just who you are and who you became based on any and everything that you did, unless you have done that, you wouldn't know what it looks like and you wouldn't understand what it felt like. So it's easy, to be thinking twin, think they all that and all that other crazy shit. But no, never thought that. Never even had to worry about that because I never worried about what the next man was doing. Never really had time. Had enough shit on my plate that that's where all my concerns and concentration should be. Based on what we're going to do next. How we going to do this. When we going to do that. Who's going to do this and who's going to do that. How you going to, over here you trying to get these dogs over here and they're crying over there. Getting mad. Man, why you giving them all the good shit? Hold on, man. I ain't trying to get them all the good shit. I got some shit over here for you. Hold on. Slow down. Because you got to balance the people that you're trying to be true to. It's part of what you're doing. They might not understand it, but if they believe in you and you keep everything on the real, when it's all said and done, they're not going to complain and cry about it because, again, they got to trust and believe in what I'm saying and what we do. Don't be worried about what's going on over there. Just be worried about what's going to go happen when we put it over there. Because at that point, the dog is going to take care of all the business. And understanding that. That's like any other product. I can hype up all my product. But until it get in your hands and you put it out there amongst all the consumers, you'll understand why I said I know I sell a good product. Because by the time you get it and you introduce it to the rest of the world, you're going to realize they love that shit. Man, they blowing my doors down, twin. But it's up to you to control what you're doing. We used to be able to control that a little bit. Don't go public. Yeah, everybody going to be trying to blow your door down, but don't go public. Just keep it as long as you can. Take that ride and do all the things you do and make them want to just keep getting more, make them want it. Because the more they want it, the more that they want it, will always lead to why you're successful doing what you're doing. Because the only reason they want it because they know you got that shit. And anybody who got that shit, everybody's going to want it. This is nothing new. This shit worked like that all the way around the table, all the way down to these dogs. But for us back then, we knew what a good dog looked like. Why? Because we did the things to make sure we had a good dog. A good dog is always going to be based on the eye of the beholder. I can tell you, I got some good shit. But all I'm doing is telling you. I can make you a believer if you have any doubts. And that was the fun of the game back in our time. I mean, it really was. I mean, even it got to the point, it did get to a point where we had to deal with those, they didn't tell us we going into them. Because we stopped having to say, stop telling them it's us. Just don't tell them. Just give them the weight and, stop saying it. Which always led up to some bullshit. How can you? I never understood how you feel like you're being set up. Behind those type of things has always been beyond me. But it used to happen like that. And we didn't really care. I mean, never really ever cared who was going to be on the other side. When we tell them stop saying our name, hell, they could have went out and not said our name and had another back. Well, we wound up that. Look how many times we ran into that. A couple good dogs running into each other, and if they just had not have ran into each other, it would just been two great dogs that at some point were going to run into each other. but you would have known, okay, it's time for them to run and eat each other. But things like that happen when you just don't really be caring. You just don't, it doesn't matter. So that's one of my reasons why I be wanting to talk more about the dog, because if we got at least an idea of what a good dog look like. Let me see. I trying to get this thing up over here, and I know if I do this, it's gonna give me to this new screen. And I'm gonna see if I can do this right quick. Let me see. Yeah, come on, come on. We might have something here. Okay. Y'all bear with me for a second here while I go down through here. Y'all are familiar with the American Game Dog Times. A lot of great dogs up in there, man. Hold on while I run down through here right quick. There's some great dogs down in here. They got some stories behind them. You have to bear with me because this computer here is slow as hell. I ain't got a chance to look and see what's going on in the chat. Let me get my phone thing together here. Yeah. Okay. Hold on, fellas, 1 second here. See, I don't know about y'all, but I see all of them great dogs like Bully Son, you know, Eli Jr. with these pictures. Those are like those are big time shits to me. IBM, all that history right there, and kind of a lot of that was going on back in my time. You know, remember IBM beat Nico, and people really don't know if that would have really been if Stone City hadn't traveled. But after traveling, I could understand. I understood that conversation a lot more. A lot more considering what happened to us when we traveled such a long distance. So there's a lot of things that happened in the past that when you relate back to when certain things happen, and then you remember how people talked about it, then you find yourself in a certain situation. It's a lot more, understanding. You might not understood it as much until it actually happened to you. And then you go back and you think about, damn, you know, it can happen to anybody. Great dogs like this. litter mates. Dogs were still around back in my time when we first got into these bulldogs. They was about that life. The dog I'm actually trying to get to, y'all just bear with me because, you know, it's 200 some pages. This dog right here, Bear. Here's another one of them great ones. Called Bear was, I got a Bear's pedigree on here. That's another one we should go back and check out Bear's pedigree. See, this is why I plan on playing in tonight because it's a lot of these great dogs that was being advertised just like this back when we was in actually in getting into these dogs. Like look at this one here, Bully Son to Long's Baby. There's Midnight Cowboy. All that shit's like right up front. Zeke and Cindy, all that shit. You imagine getting them kind of papers, seeing advertisement with them kind of dogs, and you want to know why people was running after them. Some people would talk shit, but then some people would follow up and take care of their business and be having that shit on the yard. Another great one right here. Rocker. Another great dog man. Has some great shit. Yeah. We bred that Rocker Stonewall dog. We bred Amber to him. So this kind of the kind of shit that was still around. When you go back and you see stories about these motherfuckers, and you see them and shit and be like, damn, twin, y'all old as hell. Yeah. Yankee Boy's Blondie. These are dogs we've seen. I'm finna turn this over to Mo because what we want to do is not just, you're gonna notice these are great dogs, gentlemen. Dogs that some of these dogs that we've had the pleasure of actually seeing, hands on the yard, touching the motherfuckers, right? You know what I'm saying? Where's she at? Yeah, that Champion Becky, that's Beetlejuice's Little May's sister. There go Fat Bill, Grand Champion Bo. All you Carolina people, there's a history behind that dog. And he did beat some good damn dogs. See? Look at the names in that pedigree, gentlemen. Look at the names. And they ain't way back there in the 5th and the 6th. Back in our time, man, that shit was right 1 and 2. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Hot ass pedigrees, man. How you gonna not see shit like that and not want to be able to get that part of, if you gonna have some good shit, that's what you trying to stick to. I know this is all black and white, but then, you know, when you put it up there on American, you know, on Peds Online and all the colors in the right place, you just can't help but to understand what makes that shit worthy of talking about, man. That's all I'm saying. See, and the good thing about this part right here, this here, you guys, Fat Bill, we have Fat Bill in our pedigrees. You're going to find Fat Bill in a lot of pedigrees. And anybody know Fat Bill is still around. He might not do what he used to do, but you got to understand something. Fat Bill was a great breeder. He knew what it took to have and create good dogs. So when you have a Fat Bill dog, it ain't on Fat Bill to try to figure out how good that dog is anymore. You should be appreciative of the fact that you got a dog by Fat Bill. Wrong. As you see my boys VBK up in there, Champion Harvey Wallbanger, Lil Gator, Dolly Varden, people that we know. Had some of our shit on their yard. I'm getting the dog I'm trying to actually get down to, man, is as I'm just running across some of these dogs, as y'all just looking down. A lot of these dogs was moving around back in our time. They was just finishing their match careers, and they start pushing that shit. There's another good one right here. Great dog right here. Y'all know about bulls. Remember I was telling you about these bulls shit? Remember we've had a show on this shit. What made this a bull's bred dog? Look at that bottom down there. You see that, Dirty Mary? See every time bulls did it his way, the breeder, the breeder, he was always guaranteed to get some serious shit. The thing was competition. You taking the bull's name and creating a brand, getting away from what the breeder did. Now that shit was in competition, guess what happened? We started beating the shit out of that bull's shit. The only thing that was really surviving this shit was the bull's breed. Brand was getting ran up the fuck up out of Dodge. Slaughtering they shit. You know, people could argue that shit, but there was a time that Boyle's shit was running shit, but people didn't understand. There's two different type of bulls running around here, y'all. Two different types. Y'all better pay attention. Yep. But this is way back. This book was done way back in our time. As y'all notice, you know, we already know the story on Buck. We just did that. But you notice on them papers right there, you see who they say the daddy is. That Golden Boy shit. But we all know better than that. We all know better what happened. The Great Bully Son. I mean, these stories, y'all, there are some really good stories about these dogs. That's what I like about them. Because other stories, they put you kind of right there. And back in the day, when we was coming down through there, we had access to some of this shit. And so, you know, how you not going to know Fitzwater and Spike and all them? These are my boys right here. This is Loctite, Caveman. These are my homies right here. Knew them personally, knew the dog. You see the dates. 1982. And then Cleveland, Ohio. And they didn't give a damn where they had to go. Y'all see it right there. Cleveland, Ohio to Atlanta. Look, boys wasn't. Look, I'm trying to tell you, man. We wasn't scared to travel back in them days. Wasn't nobody from up that way afraid to travel. We'll come in your backyard and beat your ass. Made it a point of that. So a lot of the shit that we show you, and the people we talk about, they just wasn't whooping ass, and they, very seldom you're gonna hear them whipping everything in around where they at. We always felt like you don't get no respect that way. Don't get no respect that way. You want to get some respect? Go out and go into somebody else's house and beat their ass. These boys right here knew them too. Them Rochester boys, Rock City. Yes, sir. All right. This is, I mean, these are some more. Now, you see that mem shit, right? This shit here was working, fellas. Now, I mean, I'm finna turn this over to Mo, but I'm gonna just let him just go because these are dogs that was bred great dogs, man. These dogs right here, great dogs. But what happened? Rock City wasn't breeders, bro. They just wasn't breeders. And they had a whole lot of match dogs. Believe that. A lot of the things I'm just trying to get down to, because a lot of the dogs y'all see now, we've already been over some of these stories. The dogs I'm basically trying to go after now are great dogs that you don't hear nothing about. But they were great dogs. These dogs had stories. And you'd be like, damn, so what happened? We all know the Pat Patricks and the Boleos and all that other shit. There's another good dog. Look how's the bitch bred. You know you can still find that shit out there. You know why? Look at the dog man's hand she was in. You know what I'm saying? A lot of this, you're going to see, man, a lot of this had a whole lot to do with the man who had the dog. Some of these great dogs that disappeared. I see my boy Sonny Sykes up in there. There you go, right there. He bought Bozo from Hernandez. Sykes Sampson, yeah. Yeah, Mad Grand Champion Gabe. See, I don't take nothing away from Mad because there again, we still talk about a great dog, man. You know, look at this shit though. Carl Mims, all day long. I bet you his shit ain't disappearing. I guarantee y'all still find some of his shit out there. Guarantee it. And it should be an honor just to have that mem shit anywhere in your first 4 generations. Because that means somebody was doing their work to at least bring it along. Because a lot of that shit, you know, went through different hands. They fucked up this entire bloodlines behind bullshit. This dog right here. Great dog. But look at the man who had the dog. This old mill buster. Remember, that's where Mikey came from. Man, had just some great damn dogs, man. We ain't gonna have to worry about a honey bunch. Again, reason I go down through these because see, a lot of these dogs y'all are already familiar with. What I'm trying to show you is I'm trying to get down here to the great some of these great dogs that you don't know about. Like we already know about Joey. No, Joey, because of being in McNasty in them hands, you know, I don't think Joey really produced shit. It was decent, but none of it was like Joey. Yeah. See? He beat Texas and Waldo and Redman. Y'all see what they did? Look, you see them ones is, I mean, they worthy competitors. Them 2s and 3s, that means they're champions and grand champions of great competitive kennels. So for all them people that felt like Joey wasn't shit, I need to pay attention to what Joey went into. The people on that list right there ain't nothing to been played with back in the day. Look at that Bonds and Company. I know Bonds. Frank Bonds. All of them. Now, I always go back to they tried to create joy, but it just wasn't gonna happen, man. Y'all see that? 1992 dog of the goddamn year. Look at them times. They're my peeps right there. Look, they true bulldog, man, who didn't give a damn where and who and what you had. Have much appreciation for the shit that they showed and taught us in the time that they took. There's another good dog that y'all don't talk much about. That goddamn champion John Wayne. Heard a lot of people talk about him. You know, that Brunson dog. See, Rosterman asked us if John Wayne would take over the match for Grand Champion Bronson. We came to terms on the deal, and everything was set for the big showdown. You know, that damn John Wayne. You see the relationship, man. You see that Rosterman story up in there. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Rosterman done told y'all about it. But it's just one of them things that, you know, when you look back and be like, okay, whatever happened to John Wayne? Well, let's look at him. Look how well that dog is bred, man. And I'm going to turn this over to Mo. So, Mo, let Mo get you set up in here and let him take you for a ride. Because I want y'all to see how you can have these great performing dogs and then bloodlines just totally disappear. You got performance. You got the quality dog in the right man's hand. And then all of a sudden, it just disappears. You're going to see, and I'm trying to get him in the, get him back over in that list. So when you go down to that list, see, Mo knows a lot more about them dogs in that list. The ones you don't hear nothing about. But, you know, we always talk about great dogs don't always guarantee you a line of dogs. And what happens? What's the story behind that? Can we blame it on the dog or blame it on the person? You know? To me, at some point, you got the right dog in the right man's hand, and he still can't produce. That's just one of them dogs. He was just freak of nature. They just couldn't reproduce themselves. That's just the law of the game. I feel like when you start blaming the dog, man, has a lot to do with, you know, you just can't take any dog and just breed it to any dog and think you're going to get something that's going to be worthy of something. You know, when they start going after them stud fees, them $2,500, $3,500 stud fees, they were slinging Nick around like it was like, you know, a brothel. Who ain't gonna be? You see how Victor did it. I mean, everybody who can get that stud fee, they don't give a damn if the shit work or not. You gonna go get that money. Did that hurt some people? Yeah, but it also made some people rich. I mean, there's only so many dogs that I know in history that you can actually say made over $1 million. You know what I mean? That's a lot to put on a goddamn dog. $1 million? Shit. But it has been done in this game. And I can truly tell you it's been done a couple times. So, the history of this Bulldog game, it has its ups and downs, its highs and its lows. But one goddamn thing that has proven it ain't never been stopped. So, thanks for listening, fellas. I got my man Mo in the house. I'm going to let him take it over from here. Hey, before I leave out again, I want to thank everybody for all the for all the blessings and reaching out and the condolences. You know, we're going into a new month. Last month for us was our birthday month. Well, all the worstest things that's happening. Just coming in at 23 and 24, just been just rough. But for all the people who reach out and share, that heartfelt thing, man, that takes a lot to even just. I mean, to me, it takes a lot for a person to do that. Some people just, are sincere about, hey, twin, hold your head up, bro. My prayers is out to you and the family, bro. Some people pick up the phone and call and just be like, hey, twin, just call and check on you, man. Y'all all right? Yeah, bro. Yeah. So, damn, y'all been going through some shit lately. Yeah. We still, what's up. But I just wanted to throw that out there because the people that I'm talking about, y'all out there, I want y'all to know that I really appreciate that from the bottom of my heart. My family appreciates that. And I got a big ass family. But it's good to know that there's people out here that not everybody know that do have that in their heart to just share, that their condolences just because. They're only giving it because they feel like it's needed. And you know what? It's a whole lot of that going on. And I just want y'all to know I am not going to let that happen without showing my appreciation for my brother and my family and myself. It needs to be recognized. And I take my salute off to you and my blessings and my appreciation by saying thank you. And may God continuously bless you as he has blessed me with you. Did I get an amen?
Amen.
Amen. What up, everybody? Special shout out to Schoolboy. He sent me some shit. I don't know what it is, but I know he sent me something. So I ain't got it yet, but Schoolboy, whatever it was, you didn't have to do that, but guess what? You've done so much, so it's not unusual coming from you. And I'm going to continue saying thank you from the deepest of my heart. Always appreciate it. You just the dude, man. That's all I can say about you. You're just one hell of a dog, man, one hell of a good dude. Do I need my computer?
Yeah. One hell of a great friend.
Yes, it is.
Want to give a big shout out to my little brother out there in the house, Scratch Line New. What up, fam? Yeah, I'm sorry, fellas. I didn't get a chance to get down there and show all my Shark Tank the love that they have truly, definitely needed. We've been running around here like chickens with our head cut off with all the bullshit got to go on.
Mm-hmm.
What that ringing is over there?
Yeah, I ain't touching and bumping nothing. That's for sure.
Hey, I got that. You can switch over to the other screen, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just go down and just pull some shit up. But
yeah, just give me back over there where you was at. It would be. It's right over there.
It'll be screen 3.
Okay.
And I'll keep that thing going so it don't go dead on me. Disappear.
Screen 3?
Yeah.
Hey, come put me up before you go. Ooh, I got these Malinois puppies. Got 2 little Malinois puppies over there. And a dog waiting to have puppies. Ugh. Under.
Y'all know how it is with puppies. I know how I'm about shit. Okay? And you know I don't like shit. So when you dealing with puppies, you better be ready. You're a busy man. Me, I don't hesitate to take my puppies and throw them in a bucket and wash them. I don't hesitate to get cages that got grill floors where my puppies ain't got to lay or step in a bunch of shit. You know, I just believe clean as you can keep it. Females, don't hesitate to take them out the cages and wash their little nips with Vanishing and good washing to keep them nice and clean. I don't let the puppies put a lot of stress on the females. You know what I'm saying? My bitches is whelping puppies, they get 3 meals a day. When I'm weaning puppies off the mama, they get 3 meals a day. That means I'm taking time out to feed, clean, and take care of. It takes a lot of work. But you gotta have that dedication, that's for damn sure. If you ain't got the dedication, then your puppies will grow up in shit. And not to say that they still won't come out to be good dogs, not to say they're not healthy dogs, but there's just some things that I guess that's that Marine in me, you know. You know, you have tacky ass soldiers, you're gonna have a tacky ass fighter. You have tacky ass shit, you're gonna have tacky ass behaviors. So, you know, I've always been, you know, whether it was dogs or training dogs or handling dogs, whatever it is, I try to give those dogs the utmost respect and work, even when I don't feel like it, you know. And I give y'all that same attitude when I come and do this show.
I want to give my big shout out to the Shark Tank out there. My man, Mr. Dickie Foster in the house. What up, fam? The incomparable Eli Monster. I see you, fam. TMK Lot. I feel you, fam. Big shout out to Melee new suspect Kennels in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to Roadrunner Combine in the house. Welcome to the Shark Tank, fam. Big shout out to CWKs, the Bandit in the house. What up, fam? My man K-Walk. What up, fam? Big shout out to my man Brandon Newhouse. What up, fam? My man Talker of the City Kennels in the house. What up, fam? Kern Hunter Kennels in the house. What up, fam? Appreciate you showing up, fam. Double M Desbo, the one and only. What up, fam? My man Hakeem Lee in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to Viking Royal Family in the house. What up, fam? Still representing school country. Let's see who else. Did I miss anybody here? Big shout out to my man, Mr. Paris Jackson. I see you, fam. Big shout out to 260 Boys. What up, fam? Big shout out to my man, Mr. Michael Collins, representing Louisiana in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to my man, Mr. Y. Kobayashi in the house. What up, fam? My man, the one and only, the incomparable Ron King in the house. What up, fam? Yo, done down. Done down. I see you, fam. I give a big shout out to my nephew out there, my man Scratchline News in the house. I see you, fam. Big shout out to my mans and them. Future Kennels in the house. What up, fam? Big shout out to Mr. 216. What up, fam? 601 Mac in the house. I see you, fam. My man, JT, pipe water in the house. What up, JT? The one and only Mr. Marcel Shepherd. I see you, fam. Yo, my man's in there. Deep South Country in the house. What up,
Bam!
Big shout out to Fresh. GG.SB. What up, fam? Appreciate everybody for showing up. Y'all know what time it is. Don't forget to hit that like button. Don't forget to hit the damn like button.
Okay. I'm gonna go back over here where you was at. Continue that trip down. What did you hit?
I'm hitting that keyboard right there.
This one here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, y'all. Let's keep going down. Yeah, we heard of Dog Pounds, Champion K, and Mr. Big Ignorant. A lot of guys, when y'all be talking about, there's a lot of dogs that didn't get reported. There's a lot of dog men in certain areas that, a lot of us, we don't know, we don't talk about. These are some guys like these boys here. You know what I'm saying? They weren't out there, but they were matching dogs. They was matching dogs. And if you was matching dogs, not necessarily say that because you don't go in the journal, that don't mean you ain't shit. What I'm trying to tell you is, look at that last part. We thank Jack Kelly of the Sporting Dog Journal for his assistance. We thank Mike and Jerry of Dead Serious for their friendship and guidance. We also thank Carl Mims and Bonafide Kennels for registering these dogs. We know that in the game you will have very few friends, and these are real dog men. A lot of these guys, you had to go back and try to locate them just to get their dogs registered. Just remember, you wouldn't even know nothing about Deep South or Barracuda if it don't be for that push to register those dogs matches. We all do understand everybody don't want to be in a book. But for us, it was not being in a book. Book don't mean shit until you get the job done, win or lose. This was another badass dog. He was a good one. That Shanebone was a good one. Like we wanted Kunta, we also, the people in Akron, we was pushing for Satan to go into him. To this day, I still think that would have been a great match too. When you put two great dogs together, it's like the only way you're gonna find out is at the end of the night. You never know what's gonna happen to the end of the night. That old Battendorf shit, that was some good shit. Howard Cash used to have a couple of those dogs. Champion Bruno was a Battendorf dog. You don't hear too much about them anymore, but they was a hell of a good line of dogs. Sure didn't want to make a habit of going into them. There was a time where these matches, man, they meant a lot. And the only time they really meant something is the night of and the night after. Night of, we seeing them get down. The night after, we down there talking about it. These are some good dogs. I'm trying to see what's all down on him. His sheep might. I think he got some good ones. As you see, a lot of this shit was going on in 89 and 90 and 91, 92, 93. You see a lot of these matches, you see what year it is. So guys, when we be telling y'all the game was on fire and only got bigger in the 90s, it's the truth. But it took great dogs to create this shit. I mean, these were decent, these were good dogs. I mean, they were definitely matching dogs. I will take time out on these right here, but you know, we know the Mayday story. A lot of you guys seen it out there. I'm trying to catch some no-namers. Wildside means Jolene. Now, y'all know, everybody will tell you, Wildside didn't really match a lot of dogs. But they sure put their shit out there in hands for them to get matched. I'm still looking here. Let me see if I can find one to catch my eye. That one right there, we always hear stuff about that when he lost the grand champion Virgil. Here's old Melonhead. We did a story on him. You know, this the dog that these was back in the day where they were starting to cross that racial boundary. We was getting the opportunity to go into some of those old timers. Yeah, Triple M and them. This is the dog that broke Triple M and them's winning streak. Mm-hmm. Where that? Right there. When the dog wins matches, that one? No. You see right there, this bottom part right here? It says, right there at the bottom, it says his ninth win was into the highly regarded M&M champion Panther. The M&Ms, also known as the Masons, are a powerful combine from the Midwest and had not lost in quite some time. The Panther dog is a grandson of Jeep and was expected by all to win. Grand champion Melonhead was declared the winner in an hour and two, defeating the Masons and breaking a long streak of wins by the combine. That long streak was 17, y'all. 17. And for him to come in and beat him in an hour and two, that's why he was a 9-time winner. And this is the dog they're talking about right there at the bottom. With that champion Shaka dog. Shaka was the dog that Winchester Kennels beat Boyle's champion boat action with. When Reno beat shock them, many were amazed. See, that happens a lot. I can tell y'all that now. Yeah, believe me, that does happen a lot. You can start off good, but you know, when you keep going after the best, expect it to happen. You know, that's just the bottom line. What's the purpose of putting them down? The purpose of putting them down is to go into the best competition that you can find. Who's ever willing to do that, jump on board. Gator Boys champion Mickey was another badass dog, y'all. So the Gator Boys came up. And they came up because they was just some damn good dog men. They go America Most Wanted. You know, they looking for shit. Look how the dog is bred. We seen this breeding earlier. That Bolio going to that Eli. And then some of these names like McCray Queenie and Jacobs Champion Whip, these are good dogs. And if you ever had a chance to see, if you ever had a chance to see this dog right here, he was a specimen in shape. Big ass head, powerful body. Powerful body, big ass head, and pretty rough dog. See, I don't think he ever went over an hour. I know he had some good matches, but the dog just had he had a lot of talent. See, you don't hear us talk much about old grand champion Muddy. Muddy, he was a grand champion, 7-time winner, totally recognized in Mexico. I see 1, 2, 3, 4. I see 5, and that dog 7 wins. I see 5 great kennels. And look at the Antonio Bellon up in there. Cardenas. I mean, these are some of the best dog men you can find back then from Mexico going into each other. Competition. A lot of it had to do with competition. East End Kennels, grand champion Myra. Ain't too many people heard of her. Sometimes, man, when you wish you could find that great dog to produce, you know what I'm saying, and they have a good match career. I mean, Niggerino never made ROM, but you best believe there's a many dogs out there that got Niggerino in their pedigree, and there's a few ROM dogs out there that got Niggerino in their pedigree. Mm-hmm. And the whole thing about it was, if you wasn't trying to match dogs, then we don't hear about you. If you're trying to match dogs, the purpose of you matching dog was to be the best, then we're going to hear about you. No, if we had been really, really into the journal, like back in the day when Satan and them was winning, and Charlie and them, you know, they would have had some hellified stories. But the people that actually had them, they were like really like laid back, off into everything else, and really didn't, like I would say, exploit the greatness of their yard. They were too busy trying to fight shit. You know, it's a wonder that they were even in the journal. You know what I mean? Put it like that. And a 4-time winning conditioner handled by Tito. This is that West Coast stuff. Ninja was saved after the match is sold to Joey Calvo, who has him on the West Coast in Siren the Pups. It was a pleasure to watch perform, as he was a tough, gritty competitor. That's Schoolboy. Even back then. There go Ninja. I go to looking at these pedigrees. You see how they bred? It's a nice pedigree. He was matched in 3 different states by 2 different handlers against some of the best competition in the respective areas. Another bad dog. I think Virgil beat him too. I remember the talk of the time, that around that time was when they said the day I come to see the show we had been invited to. The first match was Greasy Corner Kids champion Spanky against Garner's champion Simba. And the winner was Spanky. Look, we was a lot of talk about that shit, y'all. That was one of them kind of matches like Robert T. and Dunk. Joey in Texas. You know, everybody, trust me, if you can get that opportunity to make it to one of those big ones like that, where, you know, competition, it happens, man. It really does happen. When you're looking for it, you can find it. Oh, that Virginia, North Carolina shit right there. That's the same old James Upwards that we talk about. Same old Mr. James Upwards that had Molly B. He had Rennie. Rennie was off of Renegade on the top. And there was another dog too. Nina wasn't the only champion off of that breed. No. He had Rennie and Tate. he had a couple more champions, but those are the ones that really stood out when it comes down to Black Dragon. Cedarbrook Kennels, another one. They have some pretty good dogs. I mean, when you over there up there in that New York area, you like to run into guys from Jersey, PA, Baltimore, Philly. And every once in a while, you know, we had to go to the South. I mean, a lot of guys, you know, people think, you know, just because of like South Carolina, everybody says South Carolina don't travel. But one thing about it, South Carolina didn't keep us out either. They would let you come in. They didn't hide from you. They didn't run from you. I seen this dog when we was down there in Puerto Rico. The Grand Champion Onyx. I actually had took a picture with him. And look how long ago that was. You at that time, to date, he's the first and only Grand Champion of Puerto Rico. There go Miranda's champion Macho. Yeah, once Stone City cranked up, all that shit changed. And he knew it was coming. Because when we went to his yard, you know, I guess he was a baseball player or something. Used to be a baseball player. So the man had a lot of money. He had a badass crib. Nice ass crib. Hell of a crib. Hmm. Yeah, his dog setup was nice. He, you know, that Miranda dude was a pretty cool dude. He had money. I always wondered, was he a, I think he said he was a professional baseball player. Anybody out there in Puerto Rico, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I know he had some money. And I would love to have his house. That Tar Heel Matt Panther, another good dog, y'all. Everybody asked, what made Panther so special? Not the fact that he was a Carolina dog, but the fact that he could produce, he could win. That's what it was. He could win. If you got one that can win, winning 5 matches is not easy. That's old Zebo shit. Right, Zebo. Champion Mike. Alonzo's Andy bred to Faye. Andy bred to Angie. Then you taking some Midnight Cowboy bred into Grand Champion Candy.
I think Alonzo was still in there. North Carolina doing that.
I always wondered why he didn't produce. There go old Snake Man's Grand Champion Pedro. Pedro was pretty good. I mean, I don't know. If y'all was to read some of these stories, I mean, I'm not going through it right now, but for a lot of you guys, when y'all go to read these stories, you see a whole bunch of champions and grand champions and great dogs, right? You'll see those names that we talk about that you think, okay, there goes SuperNet. Look, see what it says? I collected a forfeit with Pedro from Supernat with Champion Chino. Remember now, you got Supernat with Champion Chino. Look how many champions Supernat had. That's just another one. Supernat's Grand Champion Ace. Look how good this dog is bred. I mean, y'all might not say he produced great dogs. I just don't think the way he was bred, if I was going to be breeding some Eli shit, I would have been breeding a whole lot more to Pedro. There was a reason. Let me tell you why I never got a chance to breed to Pedro. When we had Ratchet and Dusty and all those dogs, by the time we got to Pedro, Dusty was gone. Ratchet didn't have no littermate sisters. James Pope was real close to old Snake Man. Kimsey Woods. Old Reverend Dak. James Pope had he was in there, y'all. I'm trying to tell you, the man was like, we all hang out and talk like on this show. These dudes, James Pope used to hang out with these cats. The guy we got Pretty Mama from, Storm and Norman, him and Ira Jerry's was like real close friends. You know, I ain't gonna say they might have been dope buddies or something, because it was, you know, they could have been really great dogmen if it wasn't for the dope. But either Norman was helping Ira Jerry get on his feet, or Ira Jerry was helping Norman. It was always one or the other. But, you know, they stayed close and good to each other, and they both had a bad habit of, you don't want to leave your dogs with them. You know, a lot of guys, y'all frown on guys that go back in the other kennels. I'm going to keep it real with you. If everybody took that attitude, a lot of these great matches wouldn't happen. Because I've seen a lot of guys get some get back. You know, if I beat you and you want to come after me again, I mean, I have no problem coming back, giving you a chance. Some dog man was like that, but the only time you really see it happen is when the respect is there. If there's no respect there, then it usually don't happen. It take them a couple of days or a couple of weeks, they're ready to do it again, but, you know, by the time they go and reevaluate their shit, if you went into that dog with your best shit, the chances of you beating that dog when you come back is next to none. And I've seen that a lot. I mean, this one kennel made Yellow a champion. This one kennel went into goddamn Yellow 3 times. 3 times. They go Miss Pool Hall Red. Look at that shit. Miss Pool Hall Red starts with Ronnie Hyde asked me to accompany him to Orlando, Florida, to breed Hyde's mini to the great grand champion Boomerang. So for all y'all that didn't know Miss Pool Hall Red was in Florida, there it is. You know, there's a lot of stories in history I'm sorry if I'm moving too fast. But these are the kind of names you want to look up and go hunting and read some of these stories. I mean, you would be they're really entertaining. kind of put you in there to see what greatness looks like, what greatness feels like. Many believe Kennels will go down in history as one of the greatest fighting dogs of all time. Now look at what Queen did. If you look at what Queen did when she knocked off Pepper, I mean, you see, Vanishing was the referee. I'm gonna tell you, everybody and their mamas. Everybody. Now, to me, she represents a Boyle's dog. That probably, I put it like this.
The Boyle's brand or the Boyle's breed?
No, this is the Boyle's breed. She's not the brand. She's not the brand, guys. She's the Boyle's breed. I mean, it's got that four-way in it. Gotta have that four-way. Queen, along with several other bitches, is one of the very best of modern-day match bitches. An 8-time winner. Her first 5 was in Florida. Count that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I told you, when I saw Queen, for the first time, who did I say she was going into? So prior to that, I didn't even know who Queen was. But I was betting on Pepper. Look how fast she went in there and got rid of Pepper, y'all. I'm telling you, the baddest bitch that I seen next to that is I'm telling you, the baddest dog after that was Pandy. And if you look, you got 8 people willing to try this bitch. 8 dog men wanted to try this dog. It didn't take but 4 for Pandy. 4. You couldn't even make a grand champion. Abraham's one bought him a grand champion and came after Pepper. Pepper beat him already. They went and got them an eliminator. You know what I'm saying? They bought an eliminator for Pepper's ass. I wouldn't have never believed it. But I was there to see it. Oh my goodness. That bitch right there would have killed Shady Lady with no problem. I wish they could have squeezed Pepper in there on Shady Lady, made it really historical. You know what I'm saying? Could you imagine Shady Lady and Pepper? I'm telling you, it would have been a good fight. Everybody think Shady Lady was killing shit. Well, I'm telling you, that goddamn Pepper was killing shit too. And Pepper came in there with that killing attitude on another killer. They went to the wrong garage. Yeah, they went to the wrong garage. That's for sure. I don't really know cars and tell you nothing about one car being a badass car, but this car right here is a better car. That was what I saw. I can talk about Queen, and because I bet money on it, because I sure as hell didn't. I lost betting against that bitch. I bet you I ain't lose no more. Some of these be great matches, man. I mean, for those that's not really into that, our world, of what we was doing, look at these people, man. As y'all really looking at these people, shit that y'all would be like, come on now. They shit is in black and white. I mean, at least we can go in here and read history. That's why we keep throwing this shit in your face. Because without it, where's the respect? Guys would never respect what was going on back then. Oh, James Garrett. Oh, James Garrett. Another good guy. Pope went got that three-legged Jeep, bitch. But I think Mr. Frank Ornello had her at the time. James Garrett had her, but I think he sold her to Ornello because that's where Goldie came from. Triple bred Jeep. Triple bred daughter off the Jeep. She was Jeep. Jeep was her daddy, her grandfather, and great-grandfather. She was triple bred Jeep. If you didn't really understand what it was to have a Jeep dog, look at all the dogs that Jeep produced. You would be a fool if you didn't have one off a Jeep and couldn't win with it. Because Goldie had 3 legs when we got her. She had 3 legs. And we still pointing shit out about her. Yes, people, I did like Mr. Z's Tuffy. Yes, I did. Yeezy's Tuffy. I did. You know what I'm saying? There's only feeling that Ruby, an inbred champion honey bunch dog, all when we would finally surpass the honey bunch on the register of merit list. They wanted Ruby, and if you go redo our research, they're trying to say that Ruby had produced more winners or more champions than Honey Bunch. And to me, I used to think that they were using that part right there as a way to making money off of Tuffy. Because Tuffy produced a lot of dogs, y'all. I'm going to pull him up right quick. Because when they started slinging dogs, there was really, you see how she's an all whim down here? Remember what he said? If Jack give us credit. I can guarantee you, we can go back and look at the journal and see if she on there. And let's see if she even surpassed Awesome Baby. But just let y'all know, the bitch could throw some shit. That dog right there, straight fake. Yep, he was one of them. He was one of them fake ones from Beeline. Yeah. He was one of them. All right. You got Angus, Tuffy, Smoothie, and Old Pete. They go Ornello, Rick Ornello. That's another thing of Pete. Take a look at him Remember I told you about old Goldie? We got Goldie from Garrett. So I guess Garrett had gave another the dog, but that's where we got Goldie from. I think his name was Rick. But look how they was breeding this shit, y'all. And the reason why I like going into these things to show y'all it wasn't pretty pedigrees, it was usable pedigrees. Usable. But even with all those breedings, it only takes 3 to become an all-wim for females. But she didn't come, to me, she didn't really come close to either one, Awesome Baby or Honey Bunch. Not in Jack's eyes. They go Lady Beast. See Garrett. You see all them winners down there with old Garrett. See them numbers? Now, why do you think that is, y'all? Why do you think that is? That she didn't overtake Honey Bunch? And why was they looking for Jack? To help him out. Jack okays all registered mares, guys. Jack ain't got it on file. Jack ain't hearing shit. You ain't gonna send him a list of motherfucking dogs at the last minute, and he can't go back to his reports and find none of them motherfuckers in his reports. He ain't passing out shit. You want a grand champion in the sporting dog journal, you better have 5 fucking matches recorded and verified. And I can't necessarily say verified after the B-line situation. In as many years he got away with his shit. But at least he was putting matches in. A lot of these dogs, there was champions and these so-called grand champions and with great kennel names. They had great kennel names. What happened? Well, like Jack said, you do not send me a pedigree with a bunch of damn dogs on it. This dog whooped, and I can't pull up none of their matches. That was Jack. That was the problem where a lot of guys was coming in trying to report matches that Jack just wasn't having this shit. That's all. I'm gonna tell you that Mr. Easy, he has some good. That dog right there produced some pretty good dogs. But he didn't produce great dogs. But look, remember how I told y'all how Mike was talking about how you sit there and make a bunch of damn money off a dog? I want y'all to check out these breedings. You got 6 pages of Tuffy. 6 pages. Yeah. I'm going to grab my 2004 Book of Champions, and we're going to see if we can find Ruby in that book. Hold on 1 second, fellas. Yeah, that 2004 Book of Champions, man. Check right quick. I'm trying to Hold on, fellas. I'll be right up here with y'all with that. With that information right quick. I just wanted to check to make sure if I was correct. That was the thing back in the day. That list of registered merits, you just ain't gonna send Jack Kelly no damn paperwork registering for a registered marriage with the dogs, and Jack can't pull up no paperwork in his file. Gotta be in his file. Can't get mad at him. Don't care if you got a bum ass dog, at least report the matches accordingly. Y'all gonna ask you mean you trying to record 6 dogs in one motherfucking year? Well, yet you send me a list of all this shit at one time. You can't do that. I know there's a registered marriage list in here. I'm just trying to see if Ruby ever made it. I just don't remember Ruby ever making a registered marriage, y'all. I'm just keeping it real with you. It'd been nice to see it. No, it's not in here. I don't think I see it in here. Yeah, guys, I'm trying to see if it's in there, but I don't see it. I don't think in the 2004 Book of Champions it was in there. Nope. But one of the old books should have it in there. But he was in the 90s. That's for damn sure. But I'm gonna keep it going. But look at the money that they was making. 6 pages. And y'all find in there, and you got 6 pages, and he's POR but not a registered marriage. You think he care with 6 pages of dogs being bred to his shit? And believe me, we would have bred to him too. It wasn't like we wasn't going to breed to him, but 6 pages, and I can guarantee you in the 6 pages, how much y'all bet that we going to find the dogs? We're going to find at least 4 champions in pairs online on this shit right here. 6 pages. We can pull up 4 champions in this dog's pedigree. Look, I'm already counting. There's one there. There's one there. Right? There's one there. That's 3 champions just on this page right here. Just on this page right here. That's page 6. All we need to do is find one more. Yeah, we've seen Chopper once already. Now look here. Yankee Boys Beast, Grand Champion. Yankee Boys Charlie. Yankee Boys Holly. White's Polly. Yankee Boys Lady Beast. All over easy. Tuffy. Right? What is he? Nothing but a POR. Again, Only one passing out all them certificates is Jack Kelly. Now these all these extra shits. They came long after goddamn he was dead. Old man. He was old dog. 2005. Yeah, by then, these dogs right here, they must have been when the Latinos took over the journal or work Kennels. And even then, there's not a book in there that's going to have Tuffy as a registered married. Not even all the way up to 2007. But does it matter? I mean, if I'm collecting stud fees, it wouldn't matter to me. But these are the things that that we'll be talking about when you lose that sanctioning body. When you lose that sanctioning body. But one hell of a good bred dog. And he definitely earned his keep. I got to give it to old Tad. Tab produced a lot of winners. If you was to go down through Tab's list, imagine what it looked like when they went up there in old Owl yard and start pulling out a bunch of damn dogs. 17 pages. 17 pages now, y'all. That's right, 847 offspring. Okay? Now, I say this again. When Jack had the journal, there's going to be a lot of these dogs you're not going to ever see one match. It's not even the fact that the possibility that some of these dogs was champions. It's just the fact that Jack don't recognize shit if you're not reporting your matches as you're doing the dogs. You cannot go send Jack no 2 matches back to back going, okay, we didn't want 2 matches, now we're going to send them to Jack. Jack going to look at that shit like, No, y'all, you know what to do. When you win, you report. And you better not be in between the issues. You better have 2 matches between the issues, and they better pop up as the recorded matches in his shit. Or he ain't hearing it. You know how many arguments that Jack probably had? Norman used to talk to Jack a lot. And that was one of Jack's pet peeves. A lot of dogs you'll find here on Pairs Online, and you would think that these dogs became winners after 2004 or 5, where you really couldn't check the integrity of the journal. So a lot of these dogs could have been. Okay. Well, one thing for damn sure, I can tell you, Brutus, Gator, Smoothie, and Abbott. Now, I can speak on them. And with all these dogs off of him, you would think top producing son of Jeep, a line of good performers. This is Tab. But yet he never surpassed G. And you see the dogs they got listed here. Guarantee you, in them goddamn 847 offsprings. 847 offsprings. I guarantee you, we were to go down through here and start shotting them champions down in this shit right here. Guess what? We're going to take over G. We're going to probably take over Frisco. But that's because of the integrity. The integrity of the journal was so important. The integrity of the American Game Dog Times was important. You know what I mean? Because that's, you know, you can have a champion and say your dog was a 3-time winner. But back in our time, you couldn't call your dog a champion. He would be a 3-time winner if he was not recorded sporting dog journal champion or American Game Dog champion, you know, because we could never look in the book and see y'all matches prior to the dogs making their championships. So what we would call those dogs back in our time was 3-time winners. They weren't sporting dog journal champions. They weren't American Game Dog champions. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, to keep the arguing down, we would call them a 3-time winner. But if you're going to be calling yourself a champion, back then when the journal was out, you literally had to be sanctioned champions by a governing body. Period. Well, you would have had a lot of guys out there whining that was recording their matches, that was doing it the right way. A lot of guys out there was getting real pissy because they weren't doing it the right way. And they were trying to get it done. But when I did Twisted and included in their matches, I didn't write them all down and send them in the jack and say this is what happened. No, them dogs had to be reported piece by piece by piece by piece. I wasn't sending Jack a list of shit.
By the time you had already started reporting Barracudas, that motherfucker had already won 3 or 4.
Yep, by the time Barracuda he was already a 4-time winner and shit before we start recording his matches. Jack wasn't hearing that shit, and he knew that these dogs was being matched. He knew they were being matched. Barracuda was being matched, and he knew it. Victor knew it. Victor was whining about it. See, them a sporting dog journal champions. See that? Sporting dog. Sporting dog. We see, y'all could probably hate on the journal now and have your smart ass comments. But back then, there was no smart ass comments. You couldn't make them because you had no excuse not to report your shit. They didn't want to hear the shit. Yeah, Jack was now, he had his ways now. And remember, he definitely had his ways. You didn't know Jack Kelly, believe me, he definitely had his ways. He was real serious about his shit, you know.
Then we got our name wrong.
We got our name wrong on Grand Champion Tommy Boy's fight when he put her on the cover. He called us Going Right, Kennels beat her. You know, and, her hardest and toughest match was by Going Right Kennels.
Pretty Mama, cause
right. Then he ended up calling Storm and Norman, not because of Brat and Mayday. He called Norman because he knew Norman. And he knew that dog was off of Whistler. And Whistler, you know, this dog, You know, he went out, won 3 and lost 3. And all his matches was recorded. Champion Whistler was a 3-time winner, 3-time game loser. 3-time winner, 3-time game loser. So it wasn't, Jack didn't have no problem calling Stormy Norman and asking, hey, us getting these matches, man, off of Whistler, is this dog legit? Who is going hard? He told him, Jack, them are them same guys that chewed up Tommy Boy, even though Tommy Boy lost. These are the same guys. You thought you calling them going right on Tommy Boy, but that's going hard Kennels. And the same guys. Same guys. Yes, even when for us to get our shit, Jack called somebody and asked. He called somebody he wanted to know. Yeah, all our matches was being reported. He just wanted to know. He called me. Jack called me and told me to send him the information, and he would go ahead. He would go in and certify Brat and Champion Pretty Mama as champions. He said he didn't even know that we were the same guys that went into Tomboy. That's what they called it back then, Tomboy. And apologized. He sure the fuck did. And he apologized. Another badass dog. Big Al and them, Slingshots Grand Champion Shosky. Y'all can say what y'all want about that Tom Gardner shit. When you putting out damn near 200 and 300 damn dogs a year, and a lot of them is going into DOGMEN hands, you got a great opportunity, especially when he putting a lot of that shit on the boat or a plane flying overseas. See, that's what got on Jack. Jack did not like. Look, there was a time, man, Tom had hell. Tom was getting shit from Jack Kelly. Tom was getting shit from the APBT about Frisco. Everybody was complaining. A lot of Frisco's dogs was winning championships that weren't fighting nowhere in the United States. And he studied moving on the ROM list. People wasn't having that shit, y'all. You know what I'm saying? He wasn't having it. The man wasn't having it. He said, okay, I'm going to tell you what we're going to do then. We're going to split this shit up. I'm going to start putting asterisks by dogs that are being reported from overseas. And that's what's going to distinguish the dogs that's being matched in our country. Now, did it take any credit away from those dogs with the asterisks? No. But you have to understand, during our time, we was matching a bunch of fucking dogs. And believe me, wasn't nobody popping over the border trying to come get our ass. If anything, we was popping over the border trying to get their ass. And that's the truth. The Cardenas, Bellan and them, they was stepping over the border a few times. They would step over the border a few times. But all that Frisco shit, oh, he was not having that shit. And the Wizzy wasn't more of a Jack Kelly dispute. It was more of, back then, the United States had the baddest fucking dogs, and we was putting badass dogs on badass dogs. You cannot be putting our dogs in the same category as these Mexican dogs that's winning over there. Here's another good dog we hear y'all you hear little about. Now Florida know this dog real good. He know this dog real good. Yep, Florida know this dog. A lot of guys was getting dogs off of this dog down here where we was at. You see how that guy Betzel, his nephew is the guy that busted me. How your nephew gonna bust me and he's the animal control? Let me tell you when shit went bad. When we beat one of his motherfucking dogs with Pretty Mama. He sold that boy that dog for all that money, and that boy bought that dog over there and was talking about he just wanted to see what a champion looked like on his shit that he bought. And Mama had that motherfucker trying to get up out of there in 22 minutes. At 15 minutes, the boy was trying to grab his shit. Mike was like, oh, hell no. You wanted to see what a champion looked like. You got your chance. Let it go. Don't go stop it in now. Cut that bitch right out. Ever since then, I started having dog problems. Ever since that day, I started having dog problems. All because of that guy, Betzel. Because we stopped that dog, and that boy had to take that dog back to that man. And tell that man what he did.
Because you didn't give him a dog.
Yep. You didn't get that boy that dog, you got mad. And goddamn, who is that? And he know who we was because we lived up in the same area. Even though we was out there in the country, we still wasn't no more than about 2 or 3 miles from Betzel's yard. Remember, we went out there to his yard several times. Yeah, Betzel got mad because he wanted us to give him a dog. He wanted one of our puppies, and we wouldn't give it to him. You know what I'm saying? That's what it was. So there was 2 things he was mad about. He was already pissy because he was, when we was out there on the farm, this is before I even got to farm. When we beat that dog he bought from Betzel. His boy bought a dog from Betzel, and the boy bought over there. Mama stopped that bitch. That was mistake number 1. I think that was the last time we went to his yard. And John bought that bitch over there, and Scott stopped. We never went to his yard again. Nobody take us over there. But the word was getting around, and that boy, he talked a lot of shit about that. Another nice ass dog. My question was always this. Could any of these dogs like Spike and Pedro and all them dogs right back then, y'all, could they have ever been the kind of dogs that came into the 90s and beat the dogs that was running around during that time? No, that was the question. You know what I'm saying? That was a question. A lot of questions was being asked during that time that, what we call the fast lane, and I don't think there was any color issues pertaining to the fast lane. The fast lane consisted of competition. That's all it was about, competition. Fast lane is a group of guys, is like what we call sharks today. We call them sharks today. We don't call them fast lane, we call them sharks. These sharks swim around in the water and they go searching for great dogs. Not to give your dog praise, but to come beat that motherfucker. That was the whole purpose of the fast lane. They would come and put their dog on your shit right there at your dog house if long as they got on. we'll come to you and do it right there next to your dog's house so he can really feel comfortable. A lot of things was going on down there. Wasn't nobody's shit safe. Oh yeah, they thought. I'm telling you, they started. Look, it was getting so rough, y'all. They was barely sticking your head out the window. They get their little matches on, and on the way we could go find them because they was being reported in the journal. If they're being reported in the journal, we get a chance to see the shit. But that was one of them ones where, you know, they stayed into it. They created a circle to stay safe. Now, you hear me talking shit about Fat Bill, and I don't really be talking shit. I just be, you know, telling facts. And, you know, not to put the man down, not to even try to mess with his legacy because he's still a great dog man to me anyway. It was just the fact that the people that I was running with that we called sharks, that we called fast lane, that we said that we'd go into whoever's out there. You know what I'm saying? And it definitely didn't have no problem going wherever it took to take one. But it was just the fact that, you know, he had some badass dogs and they was getting beat by dogs that wasn't nothing but two-time winners going for their championships. And these were 6- and 7-time winning dogs, y'all. So, I mean, how can you get mad about me reporting that? I mean, prior to us saying it, did anybody really know those stories? That's all that was. And then he got his own matches in his own book. So it wasn't like we were telling y'all something that, like he was trying to hide it from you guys. He was telling you already because their dog matches was in the journal and in his book. So it wasn't like it was no kept secret. It was just the point that we was making was, you know, right, you know, he really got mad at the fact that, you know, we knew the guys that he lost to. And they always talk shit about his 7-time winners and his 6-time winners. And you know when you got brothers sitting in the barn or sitting around on a barbecue night and Fat Bill's name come up, you know, everybody called him a cool dude but an asshole. But at the same time, he'd go into your ass. He wasn't scared of nobody, win or lose. He just wasn't scared of nobody. So you can't say I was hating on the man when everybody gives him his prop even to this day. I mean, those great matches would have never happened if it don't be for him taking those dogs into these dogs. Everybody else was running around scared. There was a few of them motherfuckers out there scared of the Dixon line. But there was a lot of the guys out there that was like, shit, man, we is on the fast track.
Crenshaw was scared of them dogs.
Yep. Crenshaw was scared to stick his neck in there. He was. Fat Bill wasn't. But he had his boy. Look, there was dogs out there. Ricky Jones. He felt the wrath. He wasn't scared. And he was getting his head popped up too. Kenny Gaines, we just knocked him out the box. Kenny Gaines, he couldn't survive in Ohio. He was doing good when all them other bulldogs in there like Adams and Stinson and them, you know, they was all on a good run, but the game had changed. The New Jacks started hitting the scene. And when they was coming in with that shit, they was coming in with that money and they was coming in with them dogs. Yep. Yeah, that's how Texas got beat. That's how Mallory got beat. You know what I mean? That's how Chi-Chi got beat. Nene got beat. They got beat because there was a whole new line of guys out there with bulldogs. And they wasn't all just black dudes either. But there was some dogs out there. Wasn't nobody scared of Ricky Jones back then. I can show you, there's some journals out there, y'all can see when Ricky Jones started getting his head cracked. When you got money, you're going to attract the sharks. And when they come, just like Big Thicket, he was riding his little wave. You know, when he beating their he thought he was on top of the world. Fuck that man, that shit. Okay. But he never shied away from a great dog fight. And neither did the gambler. He came in there with him a posse. You know, he was on some other shit. I don't know how to take him. But he definitely has some good dogs. Yeah, he did. Shit, this 4-time winning Mallory, daughter of the grand champion Ajax, he was so high on that bitch, and a 1-time winner came in there and stopped her on the 30 minutes. A 4-time winner going for a grand champion. And ate the fuck up. Deep South came in there with Mallory, a 1-time winner. Ate her ass up. Didn't even go 30. Stopped her. But that's not nothing uncommon back then for us. It was just the lane that we was running in. You know, the best got to see how good your shit is. There was guys out there that just wanted to see.
Opportunity and shit got raggedy. It caught on quick though. Motherfuckers, you stop seeing them stick their heads out. That's for sure.
They talking about this dog here when I was just trying to y'all to check that bottom part out. When they were talking about what ASM would do to a dog. Now, ASM and Dex is basically the same thing. You know what I'm saying? And that dog, you know, he was like, he just couldn't win. So it was always, they were talking about the use of Asian. These dogs right here, and that guy Paul Sinophagus, if I'm saying it right, he had some shit. And I think Mau Mau, a lot of guys up north believed in those dogs right there. You know, Mau Mau, you know, he is a protege of Don Mayfield. Definitely protege of Don Mayfield. Another good dog. I mean, you look at the matches he's winning. You know, Texas Ron, that's a good one. They were a good one with Taz and Tomcat. Tomcat Nabob. Look at Bakari. Yeah, that's Bakari up there. The one had Tyrone refereeing. That's another good match. You know, so these dogs is, and again, who you see there, Fat Bill. So Taz was the second youngest dog in the history to make registered merit. Gambler's Virgil being the youngest in the history. Dixieline Connection. But here we go again. Fat Bill. Can't take nothing away from him. You know, that would be like me trying to hate on Fat Bill when I admire the man. Look at old Termite. Everybody give that Termite shit a lot of praise. I still think that yellow shit, that yellow John shit, was a key factor. Y'all can say what y'all want. Yeah, Mr. Saviors had bred a bitch by the name of Lady Sassy Mead. Y'all always hear me talking shit about Lady Sassy Mead. She was a half red boy and half Lonzo breeding. You pull up Lady Sassy Mead, you will see Rosie, Zebo's little maid sister, being bred into some yellow shot John shit. You ask me, that's what made Termite such a hell of a rough ass dog. And then again, you know, listening to Mama, remember he had a lot of praise for Don Mayfield. These guys is really the makers of history. You know, Termite died in November 1995. Nigga Roster Man Big Joe put on a great show. But at hour 17, Termite won his fourth. You know, was he done? No. He went out to Grand Champion Cyrus, a dog that won 5. He beat Solo's Champion Thunder. You know, Solo's Champion Thunder, the same guy that had Red Ace's little mate's sister. She was a one-time winner. Real good dude. Real good dude. No, he had passed. I think his name, his kennel was Thunder Kennel. I think it was Thunder Kennel, but he had some good dogs. But yeah, Termite had beat Champion Thunder, Solo's Champion Thunder. But he was one of the guys that we sent Red Ace's little mate's sister down there to him, and she became a one-time winner. But these were good dogs going into good dogs. I'm just scanning down through them, guys. I'm just scanning down through them. Remember, I did tell y'all about that overseas shit, right? With that old Soros shit. And there was a time that the Soros dogs was really producing some good dogs, y'all. It's like this dog right here, hell of a producer, hell of a match dog. But you see them old names? Patrick, Danny Burton, Don Mayfield. You know, you're going to see all these old guys. You know, you're going to see a bunch of great dogs. I'm just letting y'all know, fellas, I honestly believe that a lot of these dogs would have never touched the grade of the dogs that I saw in the 90s. But the game had definitely became elevated. It wasn't nobody's champion safe. If you can survive out there and survive it unscathed, then these are the dogs that we talk about today, the great ones. The winningest bulldog in history. They didn't call her the greatest or the best dog in history. They call her the winningest dog in bulldog history because she's the only grand champion that got all her matches registered. All 10 of her shit got registered. That means you had 10 fools out there that thought that they could beat her. And it was because of her way she went is why everybody felt that they could take a dog and outlast her and beat her. And like I said, look at Boone down there. the bottom there. Look at boom. And then he beat that one dude, a protege, Andre Giroux. I thought I was getting ready to see some shit that night that we went and saw, thinking we are gonna see Tornado. Yeah, I'd have still, he would have had to catch me at the damn scale. I'd have bought Lady Stone and still put her on the scale on his ass. See how he would have acted. You can't pick a dog, we picking weights. Unless you specify don't bring Lady Stone, then I'm just gonna bring the weight. But look at that bitch. You know who else looked like that though, people? And I don't see her much in any book. Grand Champion Sable looked just like Tornado. She was a bitch that had a male's body. I mean, yeah. And Sable didn't fight like, he didn't fight like her, like Tornado. Because Sable, I know, she didn't go over 40 minutes. I know we've seen at least 4 of her fight. And they was coming from all over the country to get her ass. But you don't see Grand Champion Sable and Suburbanite Paul and the story behind her in none of these books. And she was one hell of a bulldog. Shit, I think Two Eyes had beat one a good dog too. It caused a whirlwind of a good talk. You know what I'm saying? I think he beat one of them. I think it was Wooly. He didn't beat Wooly, but he beat. I think he beat a offspring off of Wooly or a litter-mate to Wooly. And again, you see these dogs here, man. These is 90s dogs right here, fellas. Remember, we had Snipe on the show. See those people he thanking? The opportunity to own this great bitch, and thanks to you also to the people who have always been with us. Dead Serious, BMC, J-Dog, Tado, Shady Days. That was damn, I forgot it. Yep, Snipe. Yep, Sniper and my man Shady Days. They was all running together. The ones that had Jigga, Wally. They had a couple good dogs. Shady Days, they was putting them in. And Cochise. He was one of the dogs that beat Fat Bill's Cochise. Them Cochise beat So Evil. But these guys, Iceberg and them, these guys was hunters. Would you call them sharks? Hell yeah. Your shit was not safe. Only in America, Champion Tyrone. There you go, Bounty Hunter's Buddy. Remember, we seen Buddy when he beat Mustard. Remember that? We seen the match when Bonnie Hunter's buddy beat that champion Mustard. He was a good dog, y'all. He was not nothing to be playing with. Very rough dog. D. Ham. That's the other Cunningham brother. He picks up his dog at 9 minutes. 9 minutes against fucking Tyrone. 9 minutes, y'all. Look at that. Ricari was nominated and elected Rookie of the Year in 91-92 season. The thing that I liked about him is look how bred he was. He was built by that old shit. Another badass dog, can't take nothing away from him. He beat champions, a champion beater. You can't not deny that. He was a champion beater. You know, when you got one good dog on your yard, Roger was definitely a hell of a bulldog. I think Snipe was another one. Sniper, remember he was on our show. He talked about the match between Virgil and Meister. I mean, he was a witness there. Let's see where it's right. That part right there where it says I contacted Falcon. And to my dismay, he told me that he was hooked into Outlaw Kennels champion Jack. The Falcon was another dog, man, that we hardly hear nobody talk about. Shit, Falcon put in a lot of work out there that we hardly ever hear anybody even mention his name. Him and Mexican Dan, they did it. I mean, I think they was in the journal, damn near every journal, at least 2 or 3 times on the average when they was active. See, Falcon is one of the finest dog men I've ever had the pleasure of doing business with. He was definitely a guy to be reckoned with. Now look at all this shit about. Look at this dog. This is Virgil. Prior to this, did anybody know who Gambler was? Not before this. Very good match. Very good dogs. And again, what do you see here? 2 champions going into each other. You see, you go back to this and you find the stories, you'll see a lot of guys talking about these matches here. Fat Bill had told him that Virgil was washed up and could not even be worked because of his bad leg, and that this was their chance of a lifetime. And if there was anything they was putting on Virgil, I guarantee you ain't nobody figured out what it was yet. That's all I can say. Many talk shit. American Game Dog Time, Dog of the Decade, Sporting Dog Journal's Dog of the Year 1999. Bulldog Revelations, that's Vietnam Kennels, Dog of the Year 1998 and 1999. 3 times Best in Show winner, one time Best in Gamison Show after his win over HG's Big Al, and he was the youngest All-M ever. Now, how you gonna come up with a freaking nature like that with Kobe that in the fourth generation? No, I never understood this one right here. I wonder if this story right here gonna tell us. But here's a dog that's a grand champion, right? Me, I know this dog said his first match against a 5-time winner, his last versus 6-time winner. He never dodged the match with him. But my problem with this is it says Grand Champion We Hunt had a recorded match tally of 6 wins with no losses and never met his equal inside the pit. But people, I'm trying to tell y'all, this dog was matched his first time out, whether he was a young dog or not, this dog lost. He went on to win 6, but I'm trying to tell y'all, this dog lost his first time out. Yeah, he's still a grand champion. Just letting y'all know. Yep. You can't take nothing away from the dog. Some good dogs, though. And the thing about it, guys, back in during our time, man, let me tell y'all something. If we seen great dogs, right? I think that's it. That's the end page right there. You see, when that dog went 1975, between 1975 and 1977, won a total of 7 matches between 1975 and 1977. And they give you every one of his matches. But y'all better remember what I told y'all. Remember what I told y'all about Irish Jerry. He was a good dude. But if he was anything like Storm and Norman, you know what I'm saying? If he was anything like Storm and Norman, and many people say he was, you know, y'all share the same bowl. Again, guess what? I guess y'all just act the same way. Do not send your dog down there to get bread. Do not send your shit because their dogs always seem to come up missing. That's what happened to Little Mayday. Even after people kept on telling us, man, you leave your shit with Norman, you ain't gonna get it all, you ain't gonna get it back. But you know, sometimes you gotta go find out for yourself. Some people you may do things to, and some people you may treat a little different. Well, in the end, he treated me no different than he treated everybody else. Care how good they is, they gonna always be that way. Yes, sir. But my thing is, sometimes y'all get a chance, you'll find a lot of these stories in Fat Bill's book, American Game Dog Times. If you don't have the book, man, y'all really need to get it. For a lot of you guys in the now who, you know, where the game has changed to a point, you just need to take time out, man, and just sit down and just read. See, a lot of people to be whining, you know, because they want to be recognized now, because didn't nobody know them then. Then they come in there with these stories now, and what? You don't have nothing but your story. See, back then you could write shit down, and other people could tell your story. Like we could tell you the stories about Queen and Pepper and how that shit led up to, and then you gotta listen to the Abraham and them story, pretending how they went and got Queen. These things are stories that you know. These are stories that you know of. Now, for guys that missed all that, when you had the opportunity to do that, and swear up and down that you was a competitor, and at times act like you were just as good as the great guys out there that we read about. I am totally not an advocate for opening the door for you now. I'm sorry. You might have had some great dogs, you might have been doing some shit, but guess what? That's your story. You know what I mean? We cannot pick it up and enjoy your story like we can pick it up and read these stories. We can sit there and watch you come up on somebody's podcast and talk about some shit. Half the shit you're talking about, we don't know nothing about them. You know, you can say a couple of recognizable names, but these are recognizable names that we can go read their story and still not see you in it. You know, that's the thing that be tripping me out. I hear you say the names, but, you know, when we listening to their stories, what happened? You ain't even in the story here. You know? And that's why I have to say, shout out to J-Bo. You know, and got to thank Pro and whoever turned Pro on to J-Bo. You know what I'm saying? That was a good move. Because J-Bo's probably the very few that people that I can say sat back in the nobody category and accepted it like that. But he's about the lowest you can go when it comes to talking about at least J-Bo was in the journal. That's all I can tell y'all. I can go in there and pull J-Bo shit up in the journal. That's it. You can go and look and see J-Bo's breedings and champions in the journal. You know? Now, like I said, it took us over 20 years to finally recognize that man for the dog man that he was. And, you know what I'm saying? I got to go with the was because this is the past. I mean, to finally get that, you know, to me, it was well deserved. Should have got it a long time ago. But when you ain't having nobody advocate, and you know when Pro bring him up, you know, you start to investigate, and a lot of people didn't know. He had good stories, good shows, but by the time he got to me, everybody wondering why I'm doing this. Show wasn't because of what was going on over there at Pro's. Because Pro didn't know shit. He couldn't validate nothing. Validation came when he came over here and got the respect due. Because from day one, when we met him and we talked to him, you know what I'm saying? I mean, he knew Lockdown Rudy. I mean, he used to run with the cats. I mean, these are guys that was fast lane. They work fast lane now, no doubt at all. You know what I'm saying? But by the time he got to us, we knew who he was. How did we know who he was? Because we can pick up the journal and we could see J-Bo. That's how we knew. And not only did we see J-Bo, we seen him in some great ass matches. We seen some good dogs where they were J-Bo. See, there's a difference between him and the ones that come out of the woodwork 20 years ago and proclaim themselves a great dog man. And use that line, well, I didn't have many great dog men to see my dogs go. Only great dog man I know about, I can read about. And if I can't read about them, then that means I gotta listen to somebody to be great. Not when back then, guys, we had all the references and resources where if you had some shit out there, there's no way that you're gonna tell me you was a great dog man. You didn't run into none of these other people. None of these other people. We didn't see a whole lot of nobodies go into some great people. And real easy to say, hey, I beat this person, and I beat that person, and pick up a journal and see they ain't lying. If they didn't never show up in the journal no more, guess what? When they say it, we can read it and see it. But to go and tell me you've been in the dog game for 20 years and I can't find your name or your dogs in any match report, in any book, not anybody even mentioning you in a story, but all the great dogs that have stories. You can't get mad at me when I say that. I ain't hating on these people when I say that. I'm just saying find time for you to come out the woodwork 20 years later. And why is it you the only one can tell the story? Why is it that the people that you know is people you don't want to tell us because you're trying to keep their name like what you know what I'm saying 20 years later. But guess what? It doesn't really help your case. It helps your case when you got a bunch of nobodies listening to you, but you can't tell nobody that didn't put that work in and done the job and see you trying to inject yourself in a league that you was no part of. At least we have no record or no proof. Only thing we got to go by is based on what you're saying. That is not enough. You're not J-Bo. You have to be a J-Bo to get that type of recognition from any true dog man. I know a whole lot of guys that had mentors out there. Thank God that we done bumped into a couple of them our days where we didn't have to say shit. There's enough of them down out there, that spoke our name. So, it's not hard. You can read it and you'll hear it. But you have guys 20 years later with the pairs online shit trying to make themselves something that they never was. They was never great as none of these people that we read about. If we didn't read about Maurice Carver, if we didn't read about Earl Tudor, if we didn't have references and stories about Tyrone, Joey, if we was taking y'all attitude about that shit, y'all wouldn't know none of these dogs. None of them. And to hear a nobody jump up in here and try to inject themselves into a history with no credentials and really no validation, but to set yourself in such a high standard based on their story. When it get to me, you get mad at me when I say it's some bullshit. I'm not calling you bullshit. I'm just saying 20 years later, and you're trying to convince all of us of something that we can't read about it. We can't even go and, well, through all these years, did you ever fight somebody who reported one of these matches? I mean, we can't find you in no journals. Okay, well, I didn't report my matches. Then who the fuck was you going into? If you ain't reporting the matches, who are you people you going into? Ain't nobody reporting matches, but then that's why we don't know you.
You remember the Department of Agriculture said, all right, 5,000 subscribers to the journal.
5,000 subscribers to the journal.
But with 440,000 dog fighters.
440,000 dog fighters. You hear that? 440,000 dog fighters known to the government. That means when they broke them journals down and they start databasing that shit, including me, guarantee you're going to find J-Bo in that motherfucker. Like you'll find me in that motherfucker. And anybody else that ever was in the journal, whether you reported it or not. So it's really hard to accept validation from people who rather ride on 20 years later, you want to be something important. When you had 20 years to get that part together, and then to inject yourself and to make you, where you get a lot of these people to believe that you was definitely just as big as the guys that put the work in. You just didn't report no matches. And then even in that conversation, I can't get you to tell us one person in the journal, one that you went into out of 440,000 dog fighters. Come on, y'all. Y'all got to say Twin got a point. Twin got a point. Not trying to put you down. Not saying that you didn't do it. My thing is you wasn't doing it at our level. Sorry to say that. Because at our level, there's history behind that level. That's just not me talking shit. That's not me just making up a story. That's not me just telling a story. That's something that you can go find and see and read yourself. Respect the game for what it was, not knocking those who probably put in a lot of work and a lot of time. You know what I'm saying? That maybe never did get recognized. It's not our fault that we don't hear you. It's not our fault when people like me knock you off your horse. You know what I'm saying? Because we old ears. It sounds good to a new ear, but it doesn't sound, worth a damn to some old ears. All of us are not dead yet. You need a little bit, couple more years for us to die out to feel like it's safe for you to go ahead and tell everybody how great you was, or how you can sit there and do a beeline and inject yourself in the history amongst great dog men. You know, not knocking Triple J, but he's one of them. I'm sorry. I believe you got good dogs. I believe you raised your dogs and all that shit. But to inject it in there like that he was in our world, that's all I got to say about that. Not saying he wasn't. I'm just saying that we don't find him out there. I mean, you can say the people that we know, but we can't pick up one book and see you in there with none of these people that we know. Again, not putting you down, not trying to talk about him. I'm just saying, these are the kind of things that I'm talking about. You shouldn't have to speak. It's like I told y'all when we first came out there and a lot of people didn't know us. If you can read, you'll find us out there. You can find us out there. And with all the dog men that came through this show, these aren't just our guests. These were our friends. Hmm?
Even the ones when they went out looking.
Oh yeah, even when you got them people out there that didn't know, that went to go looking. See, them the kind of results a person to go looking can come back and validate all kind of shit. Because see, I send you out there to go look. I'm not in the same category as. You don't see me walking the yard and doing shit. I can't do what he do, based on what I did. Matter of fact, you don't see no dog man back from my time walking the yard of dogs on the video, bragging and talking shit. Not gonna catch him. Not gonna see it. No, another one, not knocking him either, Thompson. Not knocking y'all in your yards or none of that shit, but you can't go injecting yourself on a level that a lot of us put the time and work in, not trying to be better than anybody, not trying to speak like we're better than or bigger than anybody. I'm just saying that they're not in that on that level. They're not in that category. You cannot go sharing those names and at the same time saying Mile Mile or Roadblock or Southern Kennels or Stone City Kennels or Hardcore Kennels or all these other great kennels that we know. Louisiana Combine. All these is great kennels, guys, that actually match dogs. You think they was trying to be somebody? No, they was trying to win matches. It wasn't about being famous or recognizable. Not that you know what it takes to be famous and recognizable? Putting a dog in shape and matching that motherfucker. Now, how many times you got to do that to be recognizable? And somewhere in there, you better be winning or you be recognized for losing a lot of fights. But at least you can say that you went into stiff competition trying to win some fights. And even though you might not have the greatest record, but guess what? You at least was trying compared to somebody who ain't got none of that. I ain't trying to talk about them. I'm just saying, come on, we all ain't ignorant. This is where we at. You know where we come from. I ain't never stopped being who we were. Or what we was. We bring y'all what it was like. We bringing y'all the closest experience that we had to the shit. We try to put it out there with y'all. And I'm just saying, it's hard for you young guys to decipher what's real and what ain't. But I'm not dead yet, and I'm going to help y'all. I'm going to keep on reminding y'all. I ain't trying to be better than none of their shows. I like their shows. But when it comes to real bulldogging, I'm sorry. They can't put no stamp next to mine. Or any other guy that's been on this show here. Not a one. And not taking nothing away from them. Not taking nothing away from their credentials or their experience. I'm just making it clear that my experience and the experience of these people and the experience of the people that we pull up on these damn shows and the people of these dogs that we pulling up, they put their time and work in, maybe not even trying to be known, maybe not even trying to be talked about. But when you're doing it that way and you playing in a damn area or in a line of the game that it is what built the game, is what the game relied on. If you was involved, you're going to be talked about. You're going to be recorded. You're going to be that person. And for somebody to step in there and try to step over that without paying their dues, a lot of you fall for that flaky shit. That's all good. I ain't knocking you. But at the same time, when I get to talking like you need to read your history before you start putting those type of names up in front of me and trying to inject that into what made history. Can't do that because you won't find none of them in that history. Sorry. Big country, all that shit. I'm just going to say names. And I'm not calling them out. I'm just telling you, you go look for your damn self. I ain't got to go look. I know. You go look. Shit. Come back and let me know I might be wrong. But I don't think so. So I'm going to leave the show off like that. You know, again, maybe I'm in one of them moods because I'm tired. Been going through a lot. And telling my brother before I walk out of this game and shit, you know, I always felt that, you know, I don't think that we pushed that point enough out there because a lot of the guys that got their dogs taken, a lot of us that end up going to prison for dog fighting or anything close to that shit, a lot of us that lost our dogs to these people taking our shit. And you think we want to share our history with some nowadays because they can show you a walkthrough video on their damn yard and brag about this shit and how good they look and all that shit. Hey, that's all good. But don't try to inject that shit over here into this shit. Don't try to inject that shit into this shit that's been done already. You can't share that spot with that shit. It ain't none of that shit proven to me. It might tickle your ears and make your ears perk up. But that goes for a lot of shit that's going out here, from Facebook to goddamn it YouTube. So as I get ready to make that exit out the door, I'm going to leave that in all y'all heads. Don't keep getting caught with the foo-foo. Because if y'all let the foo-foo carry y'all through with the history and the future to come, because that's what y'all going to end up doing if you don't start catching on. We all took chances. We all know we was getting into when we got busted. Don't nobody want to get busted. Don't nobody want their yard taken. We ain't bothering nobody. We ain't bothering nobody doing this secret society shit. Because it's a society. It is a society. A dark society. The guys are still risking their yards and their dogs. And I will continue saying, for those who's doing it, do it and be safe. You don't need no light. You don't need no shine. Let history make your shine. Let your work be your history. Not no motherfucking Facebook and YouTube and all this other bullshit. I'm done. Give me the mic. Mike, bought the mic. Boom. If anybody got anything to say or any comments, I welcome any comments. And I do apologize. I wasn't meaning to hurt nobody's feelings. I mean, if the truth hurt, then hey, it wasn't meant to hurt you. It was just meant to be the truth. That's all. Yeah, I don't think when we used to go in those matches, it wasn't about shining. I think with a lot of our matches we was going in to whoop a dog. I mean, that was it. And some of us, we had that urge to, hey man, if I'm walking around with a motherfucking S on my chest and I'm claiming to be Superman, guess what that means? That means that regardless of what I go into, goddammit, I'm supposed to be Superman. The door is open to come on in. You know, that's what the game was about. Competition. Competition, competing. What sport don't do it? We go way back to 1953. What was they doing? Competing. That's one thing the American Pit Bull Terrier has always been. And that's the reason why they're so great. Because in the competing era, regardless of how the shit was bred, then not one pedigree overruled any other pedigree. You might have had many great dogs coming out of those pedigrees, but ain't no pedigree out there running around here undefeated. Ain't not one pedigree out here that they have their share of curves or share of losses. But that's a part this christened in the history of this game, not talked about. It's implanted in as part of the game and the growth of the game. No way in the fuck you gonna tell me in 1953 that we didn't have better dogs by the time we hit 1990, because there was a whole lot more people that was doing dogs in 1990 than it was in 1953, and there was a whole bunch of them. Only thing difference is the colors changed. So when you add more colors to the shit, that's adding more people, more dogs, more competition. You got that shit going on, it's going to be a whole lot of colliding. It's going to be a whole lot of hell of a dog fights. It's going to be a whole lot of first-time outers that could have been great. Could have been great. It takes something special to be able to win 3. Just to win 3. And to be worthy of those 3. Whether they was in the great kennels or whatever you want to call it. It still takes a keep, lockup, time, patience, and risk. Regardless of how good you were. Could have been a bum and couldn't win shit. I still give you all the love, because without you, it wouldn't be no history, because it still takes somebody to be standing over there to make it happen. So you have just as much as credibility and much as the love from a dog man as myself and any other dog man, you know, to show homage to the people who lost. And that includes me, because I wasn't undefeated either. It's all about the competing. Even the greatest of all times have been beat. But we're not going to share our history with these added notations. You know, you put them as little notations in the bottom of like they do the Bible. Yeah, this person's story right here, there is no evidence that these matches that he's talking about was ever validated in any type of sporting book or magazine. After you write your crazy ass lie, then we have to notate it with that star, like Jack was doing with the Mexican and European dogs. We're going to put asterisks by y'all names, because we cannot give y'all the same level of recognition that we use to validate the United States dogs, because their dogs wasn't as good as our dogs. And until you start coming over here beating our shit, can't be jacking up Frisco when down there 90% of his champions was coming from over goddamn seas. That's why Tom was having problems with the Journal in ADBA. Everybody was rejecting me. But the man's still out there. He has lasted. Ain't nobody snatching shit off his yard, and he's still selling a bunch of damn dogs. So what did that tell you? I'm done again.
Brother, I need your help as we close out tonight. Help me out with them damn thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Muscles, muscles, muscles. Now give me some damn roses, roses. It's Tuesday night and we need some damn roses.
If you hear what I'm saying, you believe what I'm feeling, show me the love. If you got any questions before we go ahead and make comments, man. Because Mike didn't read off. Nobody's saying nothing smart. Nobody's saying nothing. So don't make me go home and have to come back. Well, Mike, why didn't you say something about that? I could have addressed that during the show. Okay? So we missed it. Sorry, fellas. Mike ain't really been on that. You know, right now we just doing a job. And that is because we scratch. We're scratching.
Look here, I'm going to be straight up honest with you. Now, I read sometimes and then sometimes I just, because look, super chat, super stickers, all that shit's lovely. But I did tell you that we are in the process, and the reason is I'm going to make our very last show going to be one to fucking remember. Trust me. I think I got enough material to go back and bring and just come back with one show, maybe a Tuesday night and a Friday finale of this, a sum up of everything and our serious and best interviews and funniest moments and more serious moments. I think that's how I want to do it. But being able to do that, I got to go through a lot of videos. And right now, we still got shit that's supposed to have been out damn near 6 months ago. And y'all just, it's hard to get. See, I ain't trying to make excuses, but you know what? We live some very technical goddamn lives on the real. Outside of us doing this right here, I walk in here and try to get this show started. It used to be 8 o'clock, now I'm at 8:30, and it's getting to be about that time. Really. What you say, Mo? And when we both agree on something, I just want to make it, that knock it out the park type of thing where I can just say, all right, we did that already. And I feel comfortable about not having to walk in this room to do this. I can come back in here and start messing with my music again and maybe get this merchandise shit together the way I really want to do it.
Sit back and enjoy riding with J-Bo.
Riding with J-Bo.
Sneak in there and watch Fat Bill.
Yeah, sneak over
they're
there.
the real dog, man. Everybody else, 7, 8 now. Schoolboy. It's hard. Me, that's the why I vibe with those guys. Yeah, I can give up my show and still enjoy coming on YouTube watching the shows.
No hatred.
None.
That's all. But again,
we didn't get y'all. We can get you.
I don't see doing. It is what it is, and hopefully, just hopefully, I be looking for my proteges out there to pick up where we leave off at because they have such a great
story.
I mean, they got a great story, man.
Look. Arkansas, Louisiana Combine. L-Head. There's so many other kennels to be inside this room that can take over this shit. That's got history.
And I hope my boys out there don't think we crazy for doing it the way we doing it.
Right.
I'm gonna give a look. I heard somebody make a comment, but check this out, fellas. Y'all know we 63 years old, right? Y'all know how this show has been from day one. Do it ever look like we be worried about somebody coming in kicking on our door? Do you ever hear us even talk about or feel like we got to worry about somebody this affecting anything that we do in life as far as our job? Or whatever we decide to do as we move on throughout our entire fucking life? Does it seem like we really be worried about any of that? That should tell you something. That don't make us no Supermans or nothing else. That just tell you who we are as people. We do what we want to do. We do how we want to do it. And if you don't like what I'm doing, turn the fucking channel. Now, I'm pretty sure we've been like that from day one. So it ain't about being scared of shit. I ain't got to worry about losing my job. I ain't got to be careful of what I fucking say. You're either going to do business with me based on the business I'm providing or get the fuck on. So that should take care of those like kind of fucked up comments that I be hearing. I be taking them personal because I said the problem is and why you feel like that. Because first of all, you ain't never done what we done. And second of all, you ain't got it like I got it. Because if you did, you wouldn't give a fuck about how I did it and what I did. Because evidently, it's clear that I don't. And do I look anywhere near like I'm stupid? And I got a beautiful family and many kids and kids that have great businesses doing what they do. And you think I'd be worried about hurting them? Our life in that part of the game has been over. All we doing is showing you what it looked like, what it was all about. Just like any movie that you see, like Scarface or BMF or Power Book. It's a story. If I can't tell my story the way I want to tell my story, then why am I doing it? That right there is why I make the comments that I make. Because when I hear dumb shit, maybe that shit might be for somebody else. But don't forget, when I hear knowing that there's only so many people out here to do what we do, I be feeling like that shit's directed at me. Last time I checked, I am an OG. I done did my time. I done put in my work. And I still run shit. Now what that sound like? Sound like a man who ain't scared. Sound like a man who don't give a fuck. Sound like the man who's going to do whatever the fuck he want to do, how he want to do it, and when he want to do it, and whatever comes, let it come. Because we going to always believe this. We going to always scratch the wind. Always. How about, look, man, can't get it no better than that. Take it like you want to take it, but it is what it is. Fuck it.
Now y'all gonna tell me that deserves a whole nother round of thumbs up, muscles and roses. Said a whole lot in that goddamn statement. I would think so. At least a salute. Okay, twins. I don't want y'all to miss me when I'm gone. We got emails and we got phone numbers and everything else. I might not be on YouTube, but I'm going to always be out there. And I hope I left enough of myself out there for you guys to feel like y'all don't need YouTube to talk to me. Y'all don't need YouTube to enjoy me. Y'all know where we at. Y'all know how to find us. Y'all know how to get in touch with us. So come on, y'all.
Tell them, Mom. To all my dog men on the back street, y'all know what time it is.
Y'all know what it is. Backstreet down there, they already know though. Backstreet is the nucleus of this show. The nucleus. The nucleus of this show is based on the Backstreet. You know why? Because we all got one thing in common that y'all guys upstairs don't have. That night vision. And with night vision, you know you taking major risk. If you love the dogs that strong that you would take a risk, ask the food. Ask the food. I tell you, I'm that food. And I run with a whole bunch of other people that have that thing in common. The vision. What kind of vision do we have to make us foods? We have some nice vision to come and see. History's made based on our sight, not yours.
I see you.
Love y'all, man. Show the love, man, to everybody in there. Everybody be safe. Y'all make sure y'all have a happy 4th of July. I'll see you guys Friday. Much love, man. Much love.